example. Now we have the rice in the hot water, the temperature controller holding it at 95 degrees Celsius. We've actually dropped a little under that at the minute. And the high temperature alpha amylase in there, and we have a constant cycle of the hot water gelatinizing starch, and then the alpha amylase cutting those starches down. The problem is this enzyme, the alpha amylase, isn't going to actually cut it down enough for the yeast to eat it. We need to do another step later on. We'll talk about that when we get to it. Right now, all we need to do is let this sit and cook. I'll pop the lid on it to make it a little bit more efficient, and I'll come back and give it a stir every, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. We'll check in with you at the half-hour mark. All right, team, this has been going for about half an hour. We're on the right track. The rice is a very strange consistency. It's almost like shredded coconut or something. It's not starchy like cooked rice normally is. It needs a little bit more time. A good rule of thumb with this kind of thing is when it starts to go almost translucent, you know that you've got a lot of the starch out of it. It's not there yet, but we still need to deal to the corn. I wanted to give the rice a head start because it really needs to cook. The corn just needs to mash because it's already malted. But here I have 8.5 kilos of corn. I'm going to start getting that in. I kind of forgot how much rice expands when you put it in water. I'm going to need a bit more water in this, I think, to fit everything in. Luckily, we've got some hot water on the go over there in my other pot. Start mashing in with the corn. Adding the corn into the pot here is going to thicken things up quite quickly for two reasons. One, we're just adding more stuff into it. But because the water's quite hot and this is already gelatinized, we're going to be essentially making like a porridge pretty quickly as well. So I'm going to get out ahead of that and add another 2 teaspoons of the enzymes in and keep on adding more corn. All of the corn is now in there. I got a few other things to put in, and it is relatively thick. So I'm going to put, let's just add some water in. I'm guessing that was probably about 3 liters, maybe 4. Looking pretty good now. What do we got next? Well, first up, oats. These have quickly turned into my go-to, I want more mouthfeel in my spirit additive. There's only 1 kilo here, but 1 kilo can do a whole lot, especially for something like this. The thinking is, I don't know exactly what rice is going to do, I'll be real with you, but when you're brewing beer, for example, rice tends to be a relatively good way to add ABV without a whole lot of flavor and without a whole lot of mouthfeel. So I'm thinking the oats might kind of counteract that if true. If it's not true, it's cool. We'll get some more mouthfeel. I'm a muppet. I also decided to add 600 grams or 0.6 kilos of light chocolate malt. Why? Because I can, and a little bit of extra flavor. You know, once again, we're going away from the whole deciding exactly what rice will do, but I think it'll be delicious. The problem is I forgot that when I ground into here, there was another couple of liters of water in the bottom. So I guess all of that is going into the pot as well. It's not going to hurt anything. This is looking and smelling absolutely freaking delicious, I gotta say. The plan now is to chuck the lid on it. We'll let it 3.3. The stripping run. The size of the fermentation on all their sides. This one has just been sitting for almost a...
I'm really excited. I have some Christmas...
And the reason I'm doing the thumbs down is because you said rice and corn whiskey to see if it's tasty. And then just like all these other channels that do a misleading title, you start off saying, I'm going to do this thing. And then by the time you get to the end, you've done something completely different entirely. Like, oh my God, that guy that used to bug me with the guitar builds. Like, the first couple of guitar builds I saw him do were really cool, making actual guitars out of weird shit. But then after that, he just started doing a thing where it's like, I'm making a guitar out of all of these things. And what he was actually doing was like taking whatever it was, pennies. I think one of them was pennies. It's hard to remember, but it was something like that, or jacks or something. And then he puts them all in a mold, and then he fills the mold with epoxy. Well, I'm sorry, but I mean, you know, I don't feel like I'm being overly technical when I point out, well, that's not a guitar made out of, like, pennies, for example. That's a guitar made out of epoxy. And it doesn't really matter what you put in the epoxy. You're making guitars out of epoxy. Now, if you were going to do a thing like, say, well, I'm going to make a guitar out of pencils. And then you put all the pencils together in the mold, and then you fill it with epoxy. And then you like cut it out and sand it down to where really the epoxy is just the binding agent to hold it together. But, you know, it's 90% pencils. Okay, well, that's different.
Presents for you guys in terms of episodes, some really special episodes, like 2 or 3 that are going to come in the next 2 weeks. You're really going to be excited about, but I'm going to do Christmas a little early today. I've actually got a once in a channel countdown for you that I hope will put a smile on your face and get you ready for the holidays. For this episode, we're unwrapping a Christmas countdown. But to be honest, some of these tracks weren't exactly born out of holiday cheer. One was a male and female duet that they tried several iconic females on. For years, they tried to nail down this vocal. They did take after take, singer after singer. Nothing worked. Finally, the producer's wife got so fed up, she walked into the vocal booth and did a perfect take. Another was actually written by a musical genius despite a hero and a rival producer. Plus, we got the story of the classic track that the legendary singer tried to sabotage in the studio. He treated it like a joke, but it ended up anchoring one of the highest-selling Christmas albums ever. There's also the rock legend who was tangled up in legal disputes, so he couldn't release any music. But his manager bootlegged a live recording, a Christmas recording, and distributed it to radio stations. It created a major hit. Problem is, nobody could purchase it for 6 years. But putting all this drama aside, and there's some great stories here, I hope this episode will help you keep the good vibes going through the holiday season. Let's do it. Hey, music junkies. Today we're getting into the Christmas spirit and counting down my picks for the greatest Christmas songs of the rock era. Emphasis on rock. This isn't going to be your typical holiday playlist. I mean, as good as they are, we're not going to celebrate the classics from the 30s and 40s or before. Some of your start. 10, it's a strange one. The Pogues with Osamar. Let's get started. Kicking off the countdown at number 10, it's a strange one. The Pogues with Fairy Tale of New York.
Oh, this is so good.
About as bittersweet a Christmas song as you can imagine. The Pogues and Christy McCall's Celtic folk-flavored Fairy Tale of New York has become the UK's most played Christmas song of the 21st century. But getting there was nothing short of a marathon battle that nearly bankrupted the band. Now, this whole thing started with a bet. In 1985, producer Elvis Costello challenged the Pogues to write a commercially successful Christmas hit. Now, this dare was specifically prompted by Band Aid's Do They Know It's Christmas? Elvis Costello and the band were determined to create an alternative to that song's sugary sentimentality. Maybe they were a little frustrated they didn't get invited to the party. I don't know. They wanted to write something dark and deeply emotional about the life of an immigrant struggling with poverty, addiction, and dash hopes. But writing Fairy Tale in New York, that proved to be a nightmare. The band's first attempt in 1986, that was rejected outright. Then they tried again in 1987 with producer Steve Lillywhite in London, and then again in New York. I mean, this song was complex, requiring string arrangements and multiple studio hours while dealing with Shane MacGowan's meandering focus. The extended failed sessions became an expensive financial drain, though, putting significant strain on the band's resources. Over 2 years and 3 different attempts, the costs kept mounting. And then came the life-saving intervention. During what became the final recording session, the male vocals were done by this point, but they still hadn't nailed down the female part. Now, Steve Lillywhite had brought in various singers, but none of them were working. Take after take, singer after singer, they couldn't get it down. And that's when Steve's wife got frustrated. His wife was Christy McCall. She walked into the studio and she delivered an ultimatum. She was not leaving until she'd done the take herself. Her raw, compassionate performance instantly gave the song exactly what it needed. The contrast between her clear voice and Shane's raspy delivery, that created the dramatic tension that made the song truly work. Released in 1987, Fairy Tale in New York was held off the UK Christmas #1 slot by Pet Shop Boys' cover of Always on My Mind. And actually, festive cheer. The centerpiece was their version of O Come All Ye Faithful, which Snyder revealed in multiple interviews perfectly matched the rhythm and meter for their biggest hit, We're Not Gonna Take It. When We're Not Gonna Take It became a smash, many people pretty much knew that Twisted Sister had lifted it. Dee executed this musical sleight of hand as an elaborate prank on their critics, though, turning the hymn into a metalized version of their protest anthem. And since O Come All You Faithful was in the public domain, they could use the lyrics without paying massive royalties while their publisher received royalties for the musical arrangement, the We're Not Gonna Take It riff, so there's that. Snyder has framed it as a brilliant move, allowing them to cash in on a musical parody executed under the guise of holiday spirit.
Blue, blue, blue Christmas.
Blue Christmas had, of course, been a hit in the 40s and early 50s for artists like Ernest Tubb and Russ Morgan and others. Written by Billy Hayes and J.W. Johnson. A melancholic...
You put it in your pocket.
This is Braden, a blue-collar guy who saw a state trooper violating the traffic laws in his small town of Rigby, Idaho. He's considering making a complaint because it's a double standard. He snaps 2 photos of the cruiser so that he could ID the officer for a complaint. But then the officer stops and detains him, accusing him of being a possible terrorist. Forces him under threat of arrest to provide his ID, openly hoping that he had a warrant.
Your license. Why? Fast. I want to make sure you're not a terrorist. If you have a warrant, I'm taking your ass to jail. So give me your identification.
He then looks for his vehicle, hoping to find a reason, any reason, to take Braden to jail.
What car are you guys? White van back there? Oh, now we don't want to answer questions, huh? That's deep. No fucking kid.
Him walking away the first time was to run the plate on that particular vehicle, which wasn't my vehicle. I assumed to get anything on me.
When this Second Amendment loving trooper finds out that Braden has a concealed weapon permit,
You have a firearm on you? I don't answer questions. Okay, turn on.
he harasses him further, putting his hands behind his back and generously frisking Braden. Again, almost hoping for any reason to escalate the situation.
So you can look in my vehicle and I can't look in yours? Correct.
Oh, stop hiring stupid-ass babies to be cops.
All right, looks like it's working.
Can I have my license? It's in your pocket.
You put it in your pocket.
This is Braden, a blue-collar guy who saw a state trooper violate.
So we had a face-off at the start of this week's episode of AEW Dynamite. I was a bit confused because John Travolta wasn't there and Nicolas Cage wasn't there. However, we also totally sold out and the younger version of Samoa Joe would be disgusted at this. It was nice though because I like the Dark Order and the more they get featured on Dynamite the better, although it has been a while when we got to the C2. It was Pac versus Okada. We can kind of just run it back here. They could fight for the next 42 years and I would watch every single one of their matches. I just really love the whole system when it comes to this tournament as well because it does come down to points. So it's much like the Premier League over here in the UK or football or soccer, whatever the flub you want to call it. So stories naturally come out of this. So it doesn't matter that it's heel versus heel. You can even go it's Death Rider versus Don Callis family member, I suppose. But they kicked each other's ass. There was this John Woo drop kick that I thought was going to kill a man. And Okada, when it comes to his drop kick, just has the best timing on it. I think Bryan Danielson was having a whale of time on commentary as well. This was a super good match. There was a great part as well when Okada, I think, was going to hit the Rainmaker, but instead flipped everybody off. And Pac took advantage of that because another Rainmaker, he turned it into the most devastating move in all of sports, then attempted a surprise roll-up. And of course, that's how Okada lost last week. But this week, he was having none of it. And actually, he did get the win using the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment. And that was out of the Brutalizer as well, so I thought that was also a very nice wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It was also like Okada had gone to the drawing table or the management table or the creative table and said, well, if somebody can beat me like that, maybe I can beat somebody like that. This just goes to show. People can lose. At the end of this, it wasn't like, oh man, Perk, you're just a massive loser, mostly because he is so jacked. It just made me run to the league to be like, oh, who's got so many points? I love it. It's just the best. And you do get two people thrown into an environment that you probably wouldn't often see. I'm giving it an up. I just repeat what I just said. I don't know how else to phrase it. Really, really, really good match. Mark Briscoe was then backstage, and I believe he must have spent his entire week going through the fictional wrestling record book, because he was like, can you believe it, Daniel Garcia? About a year or so ago, you and I were having a fight, and you got a victory and I got a victory. So given that I am a TNT champion, and given that you're a horrible person compared to how you were back then, I think we should have a fight. I mean, I guess if you do want to make sure that you are 2-1 up over that guy, this is exactly what you would do. We carried on this as well because we cut to the demand and Ricochet, who was like, man, I'm in so much demand right now because I'm in the demand. Would you like to demand me because I am the demand? And because I'm also into charity, which is a very strange thing to say, I am going to go to all these promotions and give them the honor of defending this brand new national title, including the Ring of Honor pay-per-view this week when it's going to take on Dalton Castle. Now, once again, that's a match I did not have on my bingo card. There is no way it can't be entertaining because Ricochet, with this new character, has just found himself. Dalton Castle is just the best. He makes me laugh out loud. I probably would have watched anyway. But when I heard this, I said, well, now I'll make sure I go out of my way, which means it must be a pretty good match. And you just know that Ricochet is going to go to New Japan and CMLL, and he's always going to have good matches. This has been a good idea. Once again, though, he did somehow manage to fit the word demand in about 7 times to one sentence. I'm not sure if that's impressive or ridiculous. The promos kept on coming too because Renee was with the conglomeration. And it is going to be Roderick Strong versus Orange Cassidy in the C2 this weekend. And when they're all trying to pump each other up, Roderick was like, listen, I am not in the stupid conglomeration. So Orange Cassidy, I'm going to beat you up. When they said, actually, you have to fight under conglomeration rules, which means no chops. So Roderick was like, fine, I'm going to break your back instead because he thinks he's Bane. So I actually have no idea what the rules are going to be, apart from the fact that Roderick Strong was super duper mad and somebody probably just needs to try and calm him down. We also saw footage of Darby Allin in the hospital after his C2 match last week, because of course in Blood and Guts he had been burned and still tried to do this. Now I assume it's just a work to tie into the fact that he is going to have to be an underdog in this tournament, but on the off chance, I just hope he is okay, because again, Darby Allin, he does do some crazy stuff. So yes, I just hope he is all right. And if we do tie into the story, well, you're going to have damn sympathy for him. Pro Wrestling, All Elite Wrestling wants to give you. It was absolutely ridiculous. And some of these 1-2 oohs as well. This is the other great thing about the C2. I was like, well, Kevin, he's sure you're only going to be the cameras are like. He also wanted to address the Young Bucks because he could have forgiven them for betraying the Don Callis family. And he could even forgive them for killing somebody. That's what he said. But apparently, because he is totally insane, the one thing he can never forgive them for is being friends with Kenny Omega. Now, I really want to shout out AEW here as well, because last week I was like, why does Don Callis have the $1 million? The Young Bucks still won. Well, Donny Boy talked about it here. He was like, ha ha, we stole that money. So if you want it, maybe you should come and get it. So I hold my hands up. Once again, I appreciate that. That does make all the sense in the world. Don Callis and his family are absolute dickheads. They'd absolutely steal the cash. He even said that Kenny Omega's not going to finance them, so he's a bit obsessed with Kenny. When, of course, Matt and Nick Jackson came to the ring and they were busting out super kicks and they went for BTE triggers. When, listen, there is about 4,000 people in the Don Callis family. The numbers guys got them. They had no chance. At one point, Matt was going to get that money too, but he didn't. And this is mostly because it was a card that stopped them, and of course, that's an emotional hit, because they used to be buddies. When finally the Jurassic Express ran to the ring, it's like, dudes, where have you been? And Okada made me laugh out loud again, because he booted Luchasaurus right in the balls, which is good for all of our future teaching lessons. Now we know that dinosaurs have testicles. Jack Perry then bit Okada's finger, because I suppose why wouldn't you do that, when even more Don Callis members came to the ring. So how they sat everybody down for Thanksgiving, what their plans are for Christmas, I do not know. When finally Kenny Omega came to the ring, I was like, Ken, what have you been doing? Playing Nintendo? They've been beaten up for a while. He, of course, always feels like a damn megastar, though, and he basically needed everybody in the face until the Don Callis family did run away. So you can see what we're doing here. We're going to do a bunch of the Don Callis guys against the Elite and the Jurassic Express, which is a big deal. And I bet that $1 million is on the line. And because they are baby faces, Kenny, Jack Perry, and Luchasaurus would be like, we're going to give it to you, Matt and Nick Jackson. We then got this great video for the Babes of Wrath, who've essentially talked about their past together and how they're going to become the Women's Tag Team Champions. And I would just tell you straight, given that we do now know the finals, I think the Babes of Wrath should win, mostly because it will make you feel warm and fuzzy and you're dum-dum. We then went right into our other semi-final in the Women's Tag Team title tournament, because it was Marina Shafir and Megan Bayne, who are now called the Mega Problems. Another reason why I love AEW. That's a great name. They weren't taking on Toni Storm and Mina Shirakawa.
That's weird.
And can you believe it? The Timeless Love Bombs did get the victory. So in terms of the finals, we're getting babyface versus babyface. Why not? This was just absolute carnage as well, because not only were they slamming each other's faces into the floor, but then they were hitting each other over the head with champagne bottles. There was a lot of stabbing. It's because the spectre of John Moxley does loom large, and that's what Marina Shafir has learned. Then there was like a candy cane kendo stick or something like that, and it had barbed wire around it. And I was like, man, we are not in Toto anymore, Kansas. Marina was so damn upset about this, she had a frying pan. So she was smacking everybody through that. And Megan threw Mina Shirakawa through a table at one point and basically speared her. And look, it was deliberately meant to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're doing this stuff. And maybe AEW does rely on the violence here and there. But when it came to the finish, it was hard for me to get too mad about it because Santa Claus came to the ring. That's right. Everybody was trying to kill each other when out came Father Christmas. And he even had a present for Marina Shafir. She grabbed it, she threw it on the floor, which didn't matter because it turned out that Santa was Luther. He has returned, and he flipped her off. And I was like, let's make sure we explain to kids what happened here, because I promise you, my friends, that can't be the real Santa. He would never swear at someone. Storm then stuck in and hit a German suplex, which is when Luther gave her the shoe. She essentially stabbed Marina Shafir right in the face when she hit the most devastating move in all sports entertainment, the surprise roll-up for the 1-2-3 and to head to the finals. Well, that's very interesting. Attempted murder, followed by a roll-up, only in AEW. This was a totally insane fight, though, and listen, I can't get mad at the finish. I saw some people irate about this, but it is goofy wrestling for life. Why did Santa come out during our ridiculous video, because they don't like Julia Hart and Sky Blue? They are going to fight in Cardiff. When Jane was like, yes, and when we have done that, let's talk about that title. And Chris looked at her like she'd just stolen her wallet. Now, here is the deal. It was very, very well produced. It was very well put together. And excuse me for comparing the two quite and or throwing into promo time. And I think I am going to give it a 2. Trios match, because they finally are back on Dynamite when Hangman Adam Page just zoomed past them. Now, listen, cowboy, you absolutely angry, crazy man, do not get involved and do not spoil it for us. He was like, all right, I'm not going to do that. But as soon as the bell rings, I'll change my mind and I'm going to whip a bunch of people's ass. Renee Paquette was then with Mercedes Moné. Now, we have not seen her since she failed beating Chris Statlander, and now she's mad at Red Velvet because somebody has decided they do have to fight again. And this was essentially an advert for the Ring of Honor pay-per-view 2, because it is going to be Mercedes versus Red Velvet round 2. I actually quite like that. Why not? I mean, AEW now balance out the whole Ring of Honor stuff far better, and this was just a way to tell you if you would like some extra wrestling in your life, even though there's way too much already, you should. And yeah, I'm going to tune in. I think it's going to be a good show. We then saw footage from Collision of the Bang Bang Gang saying they wanted to shot FTR's tag team titles when we cut to FTR. And Stokely was all like, listen, yeah, we saw that too. You're more interested in Jay White and Austin Gunn, who are injured, than actually fighting for gold for yourself. That's why we think you're absolute idiots. Dax then insinuated that one of them only has their job due to their dad, which made me chuckle when he was like, this belt is my life, and that belt is Cash's life too. You're not going to be able to beat us. As far as I see it, you're trying to take food off my table, so we'll fight you, and you'll probably... When we did get to this trios match, it was the Dark Order taking on Samoa Joe's opportunities, and I have to say, this episode of Dynamite felt a little bit too packed. There was so much stuff. And while the Dark Order did get some offense in, and Evil Uno had a really good hot tag, did kind of feel like Hook, Shibata and Powerhouse Hobbs destroyed these guys, especially at the end. We made sure that Hobbs hit the spine buster and he got the 1, 2, 3. And I suppose there is a net positive there, because come 2026, do you know who should get a big old push, especially when he leaves the opportunities? Should be Powerhouse Hobbs. Hangman and Page then came to the ring with a chain. I was just like, oh my gosh, that's definitely not illegal. And he started to get into this. But of course, there was kind of like a numbers problem. But he didn't care because the Opportunity Dojo students were there and he beat them up. And I guess we should probably start calling them the Samoa Dojos. Does that work? The Samoa Jodos? Yeah. Something like that. I do not know. Yeah. Eventually, he was able to hit a buckshot lariat. He was just mad. The whole time he was so damn mad. I did appreciate the fact the commentary had told us that we didn't see Hook at all because he had legged it straight away. I always enjoy a cowardly heel. And as for now, I will give this an up. Like, I hope that we get to keep using the Dark Order more because they're just so good and they're so easy to get behind. But I understand it. It's not your night, kid. At the moment, we do need to build up this group and they are the Trios champions. So let's keep showcasing those belts too. So yes, I shall give it an up. Although I do have one thing. Because later on, Hangman Adam Page cut his big promo and he was like, I cannot believe I fought for that World Championship for 3 years before it was you, Hook, of all people, that took it away from me. So whether you win it, Samoa Joe, or whether you win it, Eddie Kingston, I will be coming after your ass. But as for next week, listen to me, Shibata and Powerhouse Hobbs. Me and a secret person are going to be coming after you. And of course, they were referring to Swerve Strickland. It was also weird that Swerve wasn't there in the earlier segment, but who knows what's going on. And I was just a little bit like, wait a minute, why are you going after Shibata and Powerhouse Hobbs? Surely you want Hook. And even though I can understand why you wouldn't be going after Samoa Joe right now, surely you should still kind of be going after him. I mean, he was in the earlier segment. This is the issue, even though it's a massive positive for Hangman Adam Page as well. He has been so unhinged in the past, which does tie to his character. I just expect him to go after Hobbs, to go after Shibata, to go after Hook, and to go after Joe. So when he doesn't do it, you're like, man, I think you should be doing all of these things, because once again, you're crazy. So I think I am being a little bit unfair here, but I'm just going to give it a tiny down. I can see what we're doing. He's going to take out Shibata, he's going to take out Hobbs, and then he will get his way with Hook, which is a terrible way to put it, before he probably does have his big revenge match against Samoa Joe after the Eddie Kingston contest. I just kind of think maybe he should have come out in the opening segment too, even though at the same time, be like, well, no, don't do that, because then you're muddying the waters. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sick, okay? I got a really bad cold and it is killing me. This is what I thought. Doesn't mean I'm right. I can't help what my brain does sometimes, but at the same time, having Hangman Adam Page and Swerve Strickland team up for the first time properly, as I continue to say the word time, it is a huge deal, and they should never properly be buddies, because once again, well, essentially, they've tried to kill each other. We then got another segment with the Don Callis family in the back, and I don't think we needed this many segments with the Don Callis family. It was becoming a little bit too much. But thankfully, they did try to explain this whole international title, continental title thing. Now, sure, Okada did unify them when he beat Kenny Omega at All In. But the reason it's only the continental title that's on the line is
you just have them come out and be like, yeah, we hate each other, but we hate you more.
Because Don Callis isn't an idiot. Why would he give away 2 championships? And it also means at the end of this, Okada will still be the international champion, and somebody from the Don Callis family be the continental champion, because of course one of them is going to win because they have the faith in each other, and Carl Fletcher agreed. So this is once again when you have to pat AEW on the back and say thank you. It's still well too complicated, and it's still well too confusing, but they heard people saying, oh, don't get it, I'm stupid, I don't understand, and they tried to explain it. I like that. A lot of time wrestling companies just try and go really quiet, like, shh, don't say anything. That's a massive round of applause. Thank you very much. When we got to this awesome main event that was in the C2, and once again it ties into how great this tournament is, it was Death Rider versus Death Rider. Wasn't this thing? That's a massive, I like, but they heard people saying, oh, don't get it, I'm stupid, I don't understand, and they tried to explain it. Why would he give away the real thing? Now, essentially, they've tried to kill each other. We then got another segment with the Don Callis family in the back, and I don't think we needed this many segments with the Don Callis family. It was becoming a little bit too much. But thankfully, they did try to explain this whole international title, continental title thing. Now, sure, Okada did unify them when he beat Kenny Omega at All In, but the reason it's only the continental title that's on the line is because Don Callis isn't an idiot. Why would he give away 2 championships? And it also means at the end of this, Okada will still be the international champion, and somebody from the Don Callis family family with the Continental Champion because, of course, one of them is going to win because they have the faith in each other, and Carl Fletcher agreed. So this is, once again, when you have to pat AEW on the back and say thank you. It's still well too complicated, and it's still well too confusing, but they heard people saying, oh, don't get it, I'm stupid, I don't understand, and they tried to explain it. I like that. A lot of time, wrestling companies just try and go really quiet, like, shh, don't say anything. That's a massive round of applause. Thank you very much. When we got to this awesome main event that was in the C2, and once again it ties into how great this tournament is, it was Death Rider versus Death Rider, or Claudio Castagnoli versus Jon Moxley. Damn it, man, Claudio Castagnoli won, and as Bryan Danielson said on commentary, well, that's very interesting. When we were in the Blackpool Combat Club, one of the reasons we kind of saw Jon Moxley as our de facto leader is because we tried to defeat him and we couldn't. I wonder what that means for this group. So I think eventually, very soon, probably at the pay-per-view, the Death Riders are going to get rid of Jonathan Moxley. Otherwise, it was just so well thought, though, because they are still friends, right? They were happy to fight because they are the Death Riders, and they're totally crazy. And even though they were hitting each other with crazy moves, including a big swing, which somehow made Jon Moxley bleed, I guess his skin is just made of mush right now, It wasn't like it was fought with a grudge, or it wasn't like it was fought with, man, I can't stand you. It was just because they wanted to be the better man. And in terms of Claudio, he was probably going, well, you've lost a lot recently, Jon Moxley, so now I need to prove my worth. Honestly, this flipping thing had layers like onions. We really played into the fact that Claudio Castagnoli was so damn strong as well, because he kept getting out of Jon Moxley's strangles, and we had a bunch of 1-2-oohs, and fair play to the production team as well, because everybody was like, oh man, I think they're probably going to go for a 20-minute time limit here, or a draw essentially, when Jon Moxley stood up and Claudio ran across the ring, and he murdered him with the cigar uppercut, and he pinned him for the 1-2-3. I had to rewind it and watch it again because I thought I missed something. Nope, they did it this way on purpose, and it totally worked. And the Death Riders came out afterwards. Marina was kind of looking at Jon Moxley like, dude, you kind of suck right now. I am going to give it an up. And once again, the reason we are able to do stuff like this is because of this wonderful C2. I know I've said it way too much during this episode of Dynamite, but it's just so damn flippin' great. Wheeler Yuta was there, and Danny Garcia was there. Claudio was all wibbly-wobbly to prove they had been in a war. No notes, once again, excellent. I really do think this is coming very soon as well, so if you like Jon Moxley and the Death Riders, you should enjoy it. Unless there is some kind of twist which you could do, but I thought this was an excellent episode of AEW Dynamite. It was a bit like a mini pay-per-view. Even some of the things I've given down to, I think it may just come to the fact that I'm quite sick. I'm like, man, I don't know what's going on because I'm an idiot. But I am going to give it an up. Worth your time. Now, of course, please do drop me a comment below and let me know what you thought about last night's episode of AEW Dynamite. Like the video, share the video, and subscribe. Ups and downs for Raw or the Raw.
All right, looks like it's working. Okay, great. Well, here we are. Day 2. Let's try this again. Yesterday we tried to play Burning Springs, but the servers were down for unscheduled maintenance, and I had no idea how long they were going to be down, and I couldn't wait. So instead I worked on my lore video, and I got a lot of it done. So I'm expecting to get that done either tonight or tomorrow. Definitely have it for you by the weekend, maybe even earlier. That video is going to be on the full story of the new Become a Bounty Hunter creation for Fallout 4. But we've got our own bounty hunting to do in Burning Springs for Fallout 76. So I haven't really read up on the new update. I know that there's a new map location. It's apparently the wasteland of Ohio. And we get there by crossing the bridge from Point Pleasant. So I think that bridge is going to be repaired. Looking forward to seeing that. They got rid of Milepost 0, so one of the things I want to do is check out Milepost 0 to see exactly how that has changed. I never explored it on camera, but I did off camera, and so I'm eager to see how that has changed as well. And yeah, I don't know how long I have today, but we're going to try to get through as much as we can. Now, marketing guys from Bethesda reached out to me and offered me a free DLC. Apparently there's a DLC bundle for this update that includes atoms and a backpack or something. So I'm supposed to disclose that I received that, but I don't expect to spend any atoms during today's broadcast. But we'll see if we come upon any of that. Right, now for the moment of truth. Well, hold on. It's good to see everybody in the chat today. We've got Josh Bunton, I'm Still G-Snap, Jay Mixing King, Ed Dorjuronen, and Ghost Outcast on Twitch. Thank you, Don. Yes. Did check server status before I went live. Yes. Okay, any new free stuff? Always got to check free stuff. Go to utility. And let's see, sometimes it's hard to find. There we go. Free carry weight booster. Drum roll, please. Hey, oh, Ohio broad. That's a good sign. Hey, oh, Ohio broadcast. Okay, ended season. Gold bullion. Okay. Got it. I always spawn under my house whenever I log in, and I don't know why. Okay. Whoa. Is that just me, or do you see that as well? New quest, welcoming committee. Welcome to Ohio. Why does it feel really jittery to me? Okay, let me see if there was like a setting that was changed. What happens if I go full screen? Okay. Because gameplay in fan. Enclave into the E3 states. Deal 101 says NASA is launching a satellite to say sorry to the aliens. They're calling it Apollo G. Is it? I think it fixed it. Oh, let's go to modify, and which leg is it? This one. Let's go to repair. Workbench repair. Yes. Cool. Goes really critical. Yes, and I believe that is how we start the new content, but really quickly. I want to go to milepost. Sometimes I think it's me, Windy, planning to.
supposed to.
floating in space forever. Why?
God, I would love an opportunity to just, like, honestly, just beat the shit out of these game devs. Just fucking slap them around for a fucking half hour. God damn. Ever since I moved here, my base has just been getting fucking constantly. My camp gets, I've moved it 3 fucking times, and everywhere I move it, it constantly gets attacked by just a non-stop, it's like rad hogs in one place, in another place. I kept getting attacked by these, just a never-ending flow of fucking rust raiders, just like it was literally never ending. It got to the point where, like, my whole fucking porch and everything, like, you couldn't see anything because it was just all fucking bodies. And then I moved it to another place, and it was just like never-ending packs of, like, wandering packs of 3 and 4 death claws at a time. I mean, it's like seriously, like, what the fuck is wrong with you that you put shit like that in your game? I mean, like, what has to be broken in your fucking head to make you, like, do shit like that?
There you are. I was hoping you would stop by. Always puts a smile on my face.
Let's see, I don't know if I can... So let's see if I can build a thing. I want to do the 50s.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
Okay. Let's see if I can make something. Damn it. Okay. Okay.
Think what the USSA put us through. I know she's an AI. Lena deserved that second chance.
Okay.
forever. Just why?
Okay. I am tired of using.
Sometimes I think she got the better end of the deal.
Ooh, I probably can't. Oops.
Thinking about you all day.
Yes. Here we go.
concentrate on my work when I'm gone. I was just thinking about you. I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
That's broken. As soon as I get another point for that, I'm gonna swap it out for that. I'm gonna get rid of that shit instead.
Told me, yes, shamble in. I could smell you coming.
Oh.
Even if I couldn't, people are talking. You've done well out there. Now stopping you. I wouldn't have to. The Rust King trusts me already.
Oh.
You has to prove yourself. Which, annoyingly, you've been doing so far. But how does he know this isn't a fluke? I've been managing people for years now. And my answer is very simple. Dedication. So I found you some more things to take a crack at. Stuff with real hands-on professionals. Do them, and I'll make sure the Rust King hears of it. If you go whining to the Rust King, it's no word against mine. But if you complete my jobs, I might just decide to put in a good word for you. Now go. Do as you're told. Fresh meat for the grinder.
Oh, fuck off.
This town has a lot to give.
Don't listen to what anyone else says. You ain't gonna get better. Something. Window shoppers are just wasting my time. Looking for supplies? Come to the right place. Selling supplies here for years.
unfortunately.
Might not be great on this dump, but what's out there is worse.
What? Okay. Let's see.
I really hate those damn raiders.
Oops. Didn't mean to do that. I want.
What the heck? Nobody here will do it for you. Rough on the lungs. Hungry?
I swear there was like a doctor's place around here somewhere.
You just gotta be of use is all. Wanted to take on some bounties? I got some items that might be of use.
What?
Caravans have been getting rarer and rarer. I'm starting to run low on food.
Life may be rough around here during the day. When it turns night,
I could have sworn there was a medic around here somewhere. Maybe he was down there.
hey there.
Hey.
All these bounty hunters running around. If only they could unite, we could stick it to the rest of them.
Yeah. You're all right.
Anything you need at all, Mac has you covered. Promise you didn't pay me to say that. That's it. I'm putting a price on that bastard's head the first chance I get.
Leave us the hell alone.
I'm supposed to do? Do shit off the challenges menu. Always, always, always pick up duct tape and adhesive. Even when you don't have it set to search for. Always pick up duct tape and adhesive. This would be a good shortcut for power armor. Only I had some. Oh shit. Why doesn't it work?
New in town?
Yep.
Checked out the last resort lately? New bounties there all the time.
Where's that at?
Better not be stirring any trouble.
What the fuck? I haven't done anything. This is crazy.
Either I can get it or I'll tell you why you don't need it. Wish I could come down to the bar sometime. No, the Rust King has eyes everywhere.
Clark don't discriminate against ghouls. I have just the chems you're looking for.
If you're going on a hunt, I probably have just the gun for it. Let those psychos at the rescue room sort themselves out. If it's dog eat dog, it won't take too long.
Green over the river. That true?
For folks like us, there will always
Life may be rough around here during the day, but when it turns night,
You been down below?
Stinks down there.
Wait. He can kiss my ass.
Hello there, stranger. Me? Nobody special. A thug with a gun. But this is highway town. You can make a living and a killing being a thug with a gun. Nice. Might want to check on the posted bounties. We could all do with a cleaner wasteland. No, highway town runs itself. You know, my folks, when they were still around, used to think that people running themselves would do a better job than the government ever did. That having someone in charge wasn't doing anybody any favors or protecting us from anything. Take a look around and then tell me if it was. By shooting troublemakers, they are usually in the minority, and if they are ever in the majority, maybe this place has become too broken to go on, and no tears will be shed. After all, ain't that what happened to America? I like you already. I don't like towns to begin with. Always someone on top, stepping over others. Highway town is different, though. It hasn't folded on itself yet, so you could say I'm fond of it. Until we meet again.
Wish I knew where Matt gets all his stock from.
Trouble
Crazy running
will always
caravans.
find you third place.
We'll stay afloat. Plenty of sorrows to drown in this town.
Get out if the journey weren't likely to kill me. Athens is a mess now. Might as well just be called an ambush. Easy to get swarmed.
Everything streets face.
Damn, sorry. Gave me fright.
Who's running guns for the rescue now? At least as far as that goes.
Lots of newcomers. Always good for business.
Been a good while since I tried something else.
Everything in its place.
Make way for the big shot bounty hunter.
Lots of newcomers. Always good for business.
I really hate those damn raiders. Wish they would leave us the hell alone.
They always manages to stock enough food for us all. She must earn a lot keeping us fed.
This place never runs out of bounds, does it? Help
Don't
yourself,
start
nobody.
fights here. Always finish them.
That's organ venom picked from sheep metal. Terrifying.
Plenty of sorrows.
Don't waste my time.
Can't find me here. You probably can. I'm going out swinging.
So nice.
Unless you got business, keep on walking. Well, well. Looks like you and I share something more than just an itchy trigger finger, don't it?
Everything in its place.
No need to be shy about it. Local sure ain't. Or maybe you're just the silent, violent type. I happen to run a little service for folks in this charming locale. See, they ain't got anything you might call law around here. Keeps me in mind, mind you, because it leaves a lot of bad blood unaddressed. Generous soul that I am, I match demands for vengeance with bloody-handed individuals like yourself, who are eager to deal it out.
Nice.
Life may be rough around here during the day. When it turns night,
Well, that's a bit highfalutin for folks around these parts. Let's just call it what it is. Bounty hunting. Somebody needs somebody else dead and ain't got the stones to handle it themselves. I make the arrangements. For a fee, of course.
Sweet new shooting iron off the bounty. Who said prop that to just beat cops?
Not that kind of rodeo, partner. I don't care who you are. And I sure as hell ain't here to share my life story. Even if you believe me. Hey, you wanna talk business? We can. Otherwise, move along. You classing up the joint. If you're looking for the tourism, oh, what the hell?
This place never runs out of bounties.
Figured that all out yourself, did you? No, I am not. Small mercies, huh? Not that one place is much better than another in the wasteland. Where I'm from is one of those things that's not your concern. This dump is the only livable place for miles and miles. They got drinkable water here. Well, drinkable enough. Everything else in the region is pure poison. Never mind the radiation. That ain't a problem for you or me, though, is it? Ohio? Didn't think much of it before the bombs dropped, and it hasn't improved since. Never expected a desert out this way, though. Somebody really fucked it up. Some overgrown green bastard with delusions of grandeur. Not the first would-be king I've seen in the wasteland. Doubt he'll be the last. He doesn't interfere with my business. I got no reason to get involved with his. All I know is kings fall, and all crowns rust.
next time those raiders show up, I'm shooting.
Ohio? Never expected. Well, maybe I'm just waiting for the right bounty to fall in my lap. Maybe it's none of your business. Let's just say I followed somebody out here. Somebody I'd very much like to meet. Until we have a face-to-face, well, a man needs a hobby.
Love his smile.
Yeah, I'm bored already. I had you pegged from the start. Simple enough arrangement. I collect a fee from the afflicted and farm out the killing to motivated individuals such as yourself. You run down the target, whatever shithole they hiding out in, and you put them in the ground. Whatever means necessary. Have fun with it. I know I do. If you're looking for the tourism office, this ain't it. Oh, what the hell, I'm in a good mood. Yeah. Keep what you kill, cowboy. To the victor goes the spoils, as they say. If someone's bad enough, the poor saps here put up money to kill them. Odds are they got something worth taking. Of course, well, you might just do it for the thrill of it. Or am I mistaken? That's the killer instinct I was looking for. Got a big stack of open contracts right there. Help yourself. More there than I could ever bother with. Unless you're looking for something juicier. Well, that's a whole different ballgame. The sort of person I'm sending you after is a killer, to be sure, but small potatoes. Now, if you're hungry for a full meal, I've got contracts out on some real sons of bitches. The kind that puts fear in entire towns and leave a trail of dead bounty hunters in their wake. And I'm not just referring to myself. I'm talking 12-course dinner. Real juicy targets. I don't give those out to just anyone. Suit yourself. you know where to find. You still interested in taking a bounty? That's... unless you look. Assuming you know where to begin. A lot of folks make that mistake over the years. I'm still here. They ain't. Oh, I keep my hand in from time to time if the job's interesting enough. Most ain't. Let's just say the barkeep here's got the bowels I like. And I ain't inclined to stray unless properly compelled. Besides, as always, more folk need killing than I can be bothered with anyway. And here you are. Well, I think you mean you get to do the best part. While I sit in this piss hole, I keep my ear to the ground, you keep your iron in your hand. We'll get along just fine. A reputation as a killer of killers goes a long way in these parts. That easy. Those contracts aren't worth my very valuable time, so unless you look for something more exciting. Remember, we don't do dead work.
Always good for business.
Unless you got business, keep on walking.
Damn rust storms. Rough on the lungs.
That's King's Goon.
Unless you got business, keep on walking.
Running low on caps. Time to take on bounties again.
Everything in its place.
Wish I knew where Matt gets all his stock from. That'd be crazy.
Shoot.
Shit.
Raiders are trying to take death box.
Enjoying
Welcome, welcome. Don't worry. It ain't contagious. Come on over, buddy. I got what you need.
Unless you're the bigger dog. Pick your fight.
Maybe when Ragga.
Blasted heat. There's the dog.
How goes your son? Thank goodness for that. Give them here and I'll start decrypting. Interesting.
Come on, Martin. You're one good idea away from getting that promotion. I can feel it. Others might laugh at me now. They won't once I'm in charge, that's for sure. I just need something that will grab the board's attention. Something that will really blow their socks off. Ooh. What about a special edition of a Braxo called Atomic Sparkle with trace elements of uranium? Your clothes will come out glowing. Literally. No, that'll never get through the safety tests. Definitely not after our last whoopsie with radioactive ingredients. Perhaps we take a different approach. How about an actual soap opera named Suds Galore, where the laundry is clean, but the drama is anything but. We could even have a talking washing machine voiced by a celebrity to plug our latest products and deal bonanzas. No, far too whimsical and may give children nightmares. No, I've got it. A line of air fresheners dedicated to American presidents. We could have Teddy Roosevelt Tang. Raw, musky, slightly peppery. Smells like gunpowder and mustache wax. Or Truman's Spice. Sharp, direct, strong. A smell that isn't afraid to make hard decisions or send the communists packing. Voila! It's perfect. I've cracked it. If the board doesn't like this one, I'll eat my hat.
goodness for that.
Getting in front of any cameras until we've had a proper review of our lab safety requirements.
And that's been duly noted, Julius. We appreciate you bringing it to our attention again. Your concern for your fellow lab techs is commendable. However, the board has stated several times that they want our lead researcher to be present in this new commercial to add credibility.
The board wants credibility. Then they need to put their money where their mouth is and start listening to our concerns. Not spending the budget on flashy commercials instead of the proper safety equipment I've had on the docket for over 6 months.
Your equipment requests have been received and are currently being reviewed by our finance team.
Validity? My guys are burning through a respirator a day with the old kits. We need stronger equipment if you want us to work on this type of stuff.
That's enough, Julius. Or do you need reminding of the confidentiality agreement you signed? We need you in the new advertisement. Simple as that. Anyhow, you're obligated to perform certain public appearances. Check your contract.
It won't be too strenuous, Julius. You'll be fully prepared beforehand, and I'll personally see to it that you get your equipment. How does that sound?
Fine. I'll give you one afternoon, but no more. Someone needs to be supervising the lab techs, given the situation.
Well, I'm glad that's finally sorted. Why the sudden need for stronger respirators, though? Our standard equipment has served us fine for years, no?
Probably best to leave those details to the experts for now. Thanks for your help today, Amrita. I'll send you the shooting schedule for the ad soon.
Oh. Hmm. Shit.
shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why? You know, I love how just seeing brightens my day. The headaches are still there, but barely. That Assaultron body? I just can't shake these nightmares. stop by. Always puts a smile on my face. Hard to concentrate on my work when you're gone.
right there.
I won't be having that. That's not like that much.
It's dog eat dog out there.
Welcome, welcome.
Unless you're the bigger dog.
You smell that? Smells like freedom.
More where those just here to wet your whistle, or you looking play? Ha! Knew you. Well, no need to get me involved. You know the drill. Good hunt. Unless you got business, keep on walking.
Plenty of sours to drown in this town.
Stay sharp, girl. You don't have friends here. Come on, Nana could cut cleaner than this. She's dead.
Hey now. Sometimes you just gotta try things out. My best recipes come from throwing random ingredients in the pot. I may not have a lot of different ingredients, but it's what you do with them that counts.
I've got all the chems you need. And they're top quality, too.
You do.
Sample them myself.
I will definitely take that. Definitely take that. I will definitely take that. Can I eat raw asbestos?
Burning Springs can be a scary place. I recommend you take the edge off with some Convex.
How the hell did they grow that?
Buff out is good if you need to get stuff done. But I'm more of a Mentats kind of guy. Keeps me sharp, keeps me focused, keeps me...
What I wouldn't give to get some Appalachian greens again.
They say I used to be an addict, but I was just acquiring the knowledge and experience needed to sell you the right stuff.
Yep. I believe you.
I need to put together another food.
We're back. How goes your search? That's odd. This case has some extra items in it. Looks like we've got a key code and some coordinates to a cache of some sort.
Yes!
Could be useful. I'll mark it on your map.
Let's see.
How do they expect us to work in these conditions?
You said it, pal. Complete joke if you ask me.
Just a little louder. Come on.
It's bad enough that they won't give us any of the new hazmat suits, but now the place ain't really broken equipment.
It's downright dangerous if you ask me. And with the wages we're earning, it's hardly worth the risk.
No, I can barely hear them. Maybe it was a mistake hiding in here.
Jake's the third person working this shift who's gone off sick in a month. Now don't tell me that's a coincidence, cause I ain't stupid.
Hey, at least you weren't the one who inherited his mop. Look at this thing. What was he mopping up with it? Lava? You can't use that mangled piece of crap. You'll be better off using a wad of paper towels at this rate. Now, let me grab my spare from the stove cupboard.
Oh, shit.
they expect us to work in these conditions?
You said it, pal. Complete joke if you ask me.
Just a little louder. Come on.
It's bad enough that they won't give us any of the new hazmat suits, but not replacing clearly broken equipment.
It's downright dangerous if you ask me. And with the wages we're earning, it's hardly worth the risk.
No, I can barely hear them. Maybe it was a mistake hiding in here.
Jake's the third person working this ship who's gone off sick in a month. Now don't tell me that's a coincidence, because I ain't stupid.
Hey, at least you weren't the one who inherited his mop. Look at this thing. What was he mopping up with it? Lava? You can't use that mangled piece of crap. You'll be better off using a wad of paper towels at this rate. Now, let me grab my spare from the stove cupboard.
Oh, shit.
Get some good praise, son! Give up!
something to kill. Can't wait to hit Highway Town again. That's always good fun.
to rust.
that whole fucking thing was just a dumbass waste of time and resources and lives and damage. It was just set up just to fucking... Oh my god. Okay, like, whoever on the dev team put that fucking enemy in the game, I hope they get beat up in real life, like, all the fucking time after this. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, we're just gonna put a completely unkillable enemy in the game just because. They used the word resilient outlaw. They should have said rig outlaw if they wanted to be fucking honest. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Seriously. So every second I spend on the game is a second wasted. Every minute I spend on this game is a minute wasted. Every hour I spend on this game is an hour wasted. That is an odd way to try to get somebody to play your fucking game. Oh, we're just gonna break everything, so you just can't complete any of your fucking missions, quests, or nothing tonight. Just everything you do, the enemies are suddenly invincible. The fucking destination you were supposed to go to, the fucking box is fucking empty. Everything, every second, every minute you spend in the game is just wasted. Every dollar you spent on the game is wasted. Play our game. Isn't that cool? Isn't that fun? Jesus fucking Christ.